Seems to be growing well.
This unit.
I'm gonna run some diagnostics while you're tinkering. Take your time.
She wears a smile brush 3 ways clean. Cleaner breath, cleaner face, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean. When handsome Harry joins the
I just want to trade a few things.
a real cool 3-way impression. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean.
That's right. Fresh breath, a healthy smile, and a clean, minty aftertaste. 3 ways clean means you're always clean. And nothing does it better than Superdent toothpaste. In your mouth, trouble starts when stray food particles get trapped in your teeth, producing decay bacteria. These bacteria produce acids that eat away at your smile, turning handsome Harry into an unlikable sloth. Meanwhile, Cutie Katie, having first tried a competing brand, found brushing to be a chore due to its bitter medicine aftertaste. As a result, she has no idea her once fresh, minty breath now smells like a swamp. But once they switched to Superdent, they not only found cleaner breath, cleaner taste, and cleaner teeth, they also found true love. So switch to Superdent toothpaste today, because 3 ways clean is always clean.
I have you always, girl and boy. Fresh 3 ways clean to both enjoy. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean.
You've seen Grognak the Conqueror destroying the forces of evil and hearing the lamentations of their women. You've watched Grognak the Traveler sailing the Forbidden Sea to slay the great Leviathan, Two-Tails. You've seen him match wits with the wily Mansaurian and tame the passions of the warrior princess, Femra. Now join him on his most exciting adventure as Grognak travels to New York. Sent to an alternate dimension by the warlock Skullpocalypse, Grognak must find his way home in a strange land filled with planes, trains, and automobiles, all while being hunted by the mob.
You're a dirty rat, Grognak. You were supposed to take a dive in the 5th round, and now the Don put a bounty on your head.
Egg is on you, Sonny. Grognak cannot dive where there is no water. And he never met Don.
For the last time, Don's not a name, it's a title. And another thing, you big dope. Watch me throwing the other guy out the ring and into the popcorn stand. That ain't even boxing. It's wrestling. Jesus, Grog. It's like you were born in the Stone Age or something.
Grognak does not know.
Can we trade a few
But
things?
I tell you one thing. The Stony Age ends tonight.
Ah!
Will Grognak make it back to his own time, or will the mob have our heroes swimming with the fishes? Find out in this special motion picture event, Grognak in New York.
There's a lot of people out here could use a hand.
What's that burning up the road? Is it a wildfire? Nuclear fallout? No, it's the new Chrysler's Corvega Atomic V8, the fastest automotive vehicle ever built. And what makes the Corvega faster than any other car? Why, it's the fins. These stylish tail fins aren't just for show. They're the exact same fins you'll find on ships NASA engineers for
If
space
you work,
flight.
you eat.
What does that have to do
It's
with
as simple as that.
automobiles? Nothing, if you're talking about the cars produced by our competitors. But the Corvega isn't just a car. It's a giant leap forward, delivered by a company with the know-how and ingenuity to reach for the moon, just like America. Chrysler, America's #1 producer of nuclear-powered automobiles.
You have a good sleep. I know I did. We'd move faster if you kept your eyes on the road and off me arse. You fishing for a snog? Building
Nice
something
little
good, I
setup.
hope.
Wouldn't mind one of these at the agency.
Every year in America, there are over 500,000 divorces. That means 1 million men and women who pledge their undying love to one another have made a confession. They admit that those vows, so innocent and carefree when spoken, have crumbled under the weight of an unbending reality. But when did those marriages actually fail? Was it in the courtroom when the wife signed the documents? Was it 2 minutes before that when the husband compared her mother-in-law to a man-eating walrus? Or was it much, much earlier, before they even got married? You see, many unions between a man and a woman were never on solid ground to begin with. Let's look back at when this couple first decided to get married. Young and naive, Jim and Dolly believe that love is all that's needed to create a stable marriage. They have no concern over their finances, despite the fact that Jim is unemployed and Dolly has a crippling heroin addiction. However, even with their poor financial choices, the two decide to make do by staying at Dolly's parents' house at least until Jim can find stable work. This is the first time Jim and Dolly have been living together under the same roof, and when the honeymoon phase ends, they quickly discover that they have very little in common. Dolly, for instance, had no idea that Jim was a member of the local white supremacist group. Nor did Jim realize when he cut the eye holes in her pillowcase that Dolly had trypophobia, a pathological fear of holes. It's soon apparent that Jim and Dolly's love was based purely on physical attraction, and not the kind of deep affection that leads to a lasting partnership. Unfortunately, this realization came far too late, and they will now have to carry the stigma of divorce with them for the rest of their lives. This is why it's important not to rush into marriage before you're ready. Make sure you know your potential spouse and the seriousness of your commitment. By taking time to examine what makes a healthy marriage, you can prevent your relationship from becoming like Jim and Dolly's. Just another statistic adding to the decline of a once venerable institution.
Farm's not much.
I'm sure I have something you need.
I'll take a look, sure.
Let me know what you'd like.
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
Hi.
If you need a weapon, you've come to the right place.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Great.
Commonwealth's not an easy place to travel alone. Nice to have someone watching my back.
Hey.
I'll see what I can do.
Hey, you! Tired of the same old food in the camps? Joe Spucky's offers fresh sandwiches made right before your eyes. The way you want them, and not the way your wife makes them. God damn it! That's way too much mustard, Susan. We've been over this 1,000 times. Meanwhile, over at Joe Spucky's, every topping, sauce, and ingredient is made to your exact specifications.
Do something for you?
That's because only Joe knows the 3 key ingredients that go into every spoochadella. Fresh, flavor, and fantastic service. So trot on over to Joe's today and try meatball spucky and a large tonic for only $55. You try your first spoochadella and you'll never want a sandwich again. Dr. Hall?
I am. And you must be Mr. Richards. Dr. Salinger told me you'd be coming in.
And what? Did he tell you I was a loony?
He didn't tell me it?
I don't think we're alone. Anything useful?
They say the best cigars come from Cuba. But do you know who else smoked Cuban cigars? Joseph Stalin, Fidel Castro, and Benedict Arnold. Which means Cuban cigars are the preferred choice of communists and traitors. But if you want a great cigar that's made in America, there's only one brand that does the job. San Francisco Sunlights. Light up a cigar, and light up your life.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Greg Penny. Tonight here on Quizmatic, our returning champion Charlie Templeton goes for his 20th win in a row, potentially bringing his cash earnings to over $300,000, the most money ever awarded on television. To do this, he is risking nearly all the money he's won so far, and quite possibly his family's hopes and dreams in the process. Are you sure you want to do this, Charlie? I hear your daughter is graduating high school this year.
Well, I've told Sally many times that community college is just as good as Harvard. But I don't plan on losing.
Glad to hear it, but be careful. Your opponent tonight is no slouch. Casey Green is a handsome young barber from Seal Falls, North Dakota, and a very sharp man. No pun intended.
Pleased to meet you, Greg. I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will, Casey. Best of luck. Not that you need it with that winning smile of yours. In any case, if you're both ready, let's say we start right now. Braxidine Chemical presents Quizmatic!
The Commonwealth will take a real toll
Our
on
first
you if
question
you let
pertains
it.
to famous haircuts of the 20th
Place
century.
make monsters out
For
of
10
men.
points, what style, seen here on this General Atomics television, is worn by the king of rock himself, Elvis Presley? Charlie?
I believe that's a pompadour.
Correct, and the first 10 points go to you.
That was an easy one. But if the questions are going to be about hair, I'd have a hard time beating a barber.
Come on, Charlie, you know as well as I do. Questions are selected at random. So moving on to question number 2. For 20 points, this style of comb is characterized by its long tapered handle, similar to a common household pest.
That would be a rat tail comb.
Correct, and with 20 points, that puts you in the lead.
Now hold on, that was another barber question. You said the questions were random.
They are, Charlie. It's purely a coincidence.
Okay. I'm just saying. If the next question is about haircuts or combs or clippers, I might just throw a fit.
Not to worry. Question 3 is about the Civil War.
Thank you. I don't mean to make accusations. It's just a little weird, you know, him being a barber and all.
I understand your concerns, Charlie. Now, for 30 points, what style of facial hair was worn by Civil War General Ambrose Burnside?
What the
Is it sideburns?
Correct again, Casey, and I must say, the audience loves it when you show us those dimples. Let's see them. Aren't they fantastic comparisons?
All right, I want to speak to someone in charge. This is obviously some kind of fix. I mean, well, why are all the damn questions things a barber would know?
Charlie, you're overreacting. Remember, there's still time for you to win the game. And you have my word that tonight's last question has absolutely nothing to do with barbers or Civil War generals of any kind.
You promise?
I swear on my mother's good name.
Fine. I'm sorry. It's just, it's a lot of money.
I know, Charlie. We all realize you're under a lot of pressure. Would you like to take a commercial break, or shall I read the question?
No, it's okay. You can read the question.
All right. For 50 points at the game. What is the
We'll be
name of
taking that.
Casey Green's mother?
Oh, for crying out loud! No! No! Don't you dare hit that buzzer, Casey! They did it to me, and they could do it to you!
My mother's name is Abigail.
Correct! And that makes you our new champion!
Hear from my lawyer! You hear me?
I'm sorry, but that's all the time we have for today.
This isn't
Join us
over.
next week as
This
Casey Green
isn't
attempts to
over.
defend his title on America's favorite game show,
Where are you taking me?
Quizmatic!
Get me here.
Are you afraid of losing your mask?
Frumberton shopper you should be. That's because Frumberton's is the leading department store for housewives, computer engineers, and sanitation workers. But ask yourself this, is that what your husband really wants?
Nice.
A woman who works all day and smells like garbage? Probably not. Meanwhile, actresses, showgirls, bikini models prefer Fallon's to all other department stores. And you can see why. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but not if the beholder wears fashion by Frumberton. Shop at Fallon's, and the only supermodel your man will ever want is you.
Heads up.
There's something you need?
Think you can unlock that terminal?
Good plan. Huh. Standard defenses are still up, which likely means... Not that either. All right. Let's try a slightly different approach. Got it.
I hear something. Come on! Let's fly!
Don't move! Listen up, soldier. Stop right there. Just do what I say.
America is a country founded on liberty and virtue. These are things that must be nurtured from generation to generation, lest they wither away to the vagaries of time. You might be wondering, why should I donate my free time to civil service? Well, let me ask you a question. Are you a citizen or a communist? It may seem like an obvious question. Of course you're a citizen. Most of you were born here, whereas some of you may have come here and taken the oath. But citizenship is about more than just being on American soil. It's about maintaining a loyalty to the principles this country was founded on. Which is why many of you well-meaning individuals may be communists without even knowing it. Do you resent the good fortune displayed by our wealthiest citizens? Then you might be a communist. Do you often question the actions of your leaders in government? Then you might be a communist. Do you sometimes feel an attraction to your fellow man that goes beyond platonic? You could be a homosexual, but also a communist. Do you find yourself speaking Russian in your sleep, or pictures of Lenin in your home? Well, then you might just be a communist. Even if you answered no to the previous questions, it doesn't mean your work is done. It is your job as an American citizen to report any suspicious behavior to the proper authorities. It could be your neighbor, your boss, or even your congressman. Being an American is about more than having the right documents. Remember what it says in the Constitution. As an American, you have the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of communists, wherever they may hide.
That's so long as you're carrying it.
Look alive.
I'd like to build a world and you can furnish it with love. Grow mushroom trees and atomic bees and quantum colored I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world if you can keep it company. It's the real what the world wants today. Coca-Cola, mushroom trees and atomic bees and quantum colored dust. It's the real thing. What the world wants today. Coca-Cola. I'd like to buy the world and you can keep it company.
Honey, do you mind setting the table?
Sure, but, we need to talk first. I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh dear, what's wrong?
I got laid off today.
Oh no, that's terrible. Did you at least get a severance?
Not a dime.
Well, chin up. It's not the end of the world. I'm sure you'll be back on your feet in no time.
I've been fired from 3 straight jobs, Daphne. The word's gotten around town. No one's gonna hire me now.
We have our life insurance policies. It's not an endowment, but it's something.
A few $100s isn't gonna be enough. One of us has to die, and lately, I've been thinking it wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Don't talk like that. I'd be lost without you.
Oh, I wasn't talking about me.
Well, Mr. Trent, your insurance auditor, to be honest, this whole affair is mighty suspicious. You lose your job, bills are piling up, and the very next day your wife disappears.
I don't like where you're going with this. You say I don't her.
Maybe. No, she could have left. Maybe the two of you are working together. Either way, I have 7 years to find out. That's 7 years before a missing person is presumed dead, Mr. Trent. Do you think you can hold out for that long?
Most murders are solved within 48 hours.
Are you admitting you murdered your wife?
I wasn't talking about my wife.
Mr. Trent, you realize why we're here, don't you? First your wife goes missing, and the insurance auditor assigned to your case.
I don't see what's so strange about it. People disappear all the time.
Maybe so, but you took out a life insurance policy on both your wife and the auditor. Now the wife I get, but according to our records, you'd never even met the auditor before.
So, he was old and out of shape. It didn't take a genius to see he was gonna die.
Funny, according to our records, the auditor was young and in good health.
Wasn't talking about the auditor.
Did you hear what happened up in Redwood 7 years ago? An entire town disappeared without a trace. People thought it was haunted. There were no witnesses, no bodies, no one there to figure out how the whole thing went down. So when you told me a customer wants to cash in multiple policies over $1 million, first thing I did was look at the addresses. And guess what? They're all from Redwood. It's been 7 years, which means none of them were presumed dead until today. But what I don't understand, Barry, is who turned these in. I've been here all morning, and I haven't seen a single customer walk through those doors.
I wasn't talking about a customer.
I can barely tell us apart. Imagine what being out here is doing to my circuitry. We won't be bothering anybody now.
is in effect. Return to your home immediately.
Curfew?
By order of Provisional Governor Grant, a state of martial law has been declared. Under the terms of the Martial Law Act, Section 12.J, those refusing to comply with a curfew order are to be pacified. Repeat, will you comply?
Will you comply?
Civic malfeasance detected.
That's one way to get the coolant pumping.
Remember that time you tried to bake the perfect cake for your husband? And remember how the grocer didn't have the strawberries he liked, so you ended up topping it with cherries instead? And remember how you forgot he was allergic to cherries and he ended up hospitalized for over a week? Well, that was some disaster. But it wasn't your fault. It was the fault of your grocer. That's why we recommend you shop at Super Dupermart. Our shelves are always stocked with the freshest fruits and vegetables, as well as all the ingredients you need to bake a cake or cook your next meal. That's because, as your grocer, we feel responsible for the health and well-being of your family, almost as if we were a part of it. Of course, the Super Dupermart isn't just a grocer. From food to electronics, gardening supplies to home decor, Super Dupermart has it all. And now, you can too. Super Dupermart, for all your shopping needs.
You've seen the attack of the 50-foot woman, as well as the blitzkrieg of the 60-foot Nazi. Now get ready for twice the horror and bring
Message to Sal Bosconi.
Hide and seek.
You and I clearly need to talk. About Danvers, about the Montrano mess, about everything. I think we'd both agree that our attempts to improve North-South relations have been a complete failure. Look, I take full responsibility for the behavior of my guys. I expect you to do the same for that moron Montrano. But what happened in Danvers? I hardly know what to say. Your people turned that theater into a slaughterhouse. Those people are dead on your orders, not mine. And for no conceivable reason I can see. So let's meet. Just a couple of us. Talk it all out. You name the time and place.
Halitosis is a...
Listen up, soldier.
Time for it now.
I'm done with you.
Taking damage!
You, weapons ready!
Don't move.
I'm done with you. Get over here.
Now you got me, Rob.
Shoot on sight!
Some couldn't stay away, huh? Just when I thought we were getting along.
You, here, now. You're coming with me.
Yes, sir.
I'm done with you.
Let me go.
Suppose someone should make use of it.
Listen up, soldier.
What's that? feel. We're sucking down a lot of rats sticking around here. Someone's coming. Clear.
Message to Charlotte Wen. My dear Miss Wen, I hope you're well. After our little joint venture this past May, you should be. If memory serves correctly, that pallet of buff out earned you a small fortune, and Wooly 8 years in a state correctional facility. So I got to thinking, why not do it again? We both love the same things, money and destroying people who get in our way. Together we'll outmaneuver them all. Boston will be ours for the taking. Let them play checkers. We'll play chess. Eddie Winter, signing off.
Bet most scavengers would overlook a place like this. Might be worth rummaging around. Anything I can lug for you?
Whenever I'm out of town, my girlfriends always ask me, how do I stay so thin? My secret is actually really simple. Nuka-Cola soda. It has the same amount of calories as your average grapefruit without all the bitter aftertaste of actually eating one. In fact, the cold, refreshing taste of Nuka-Cola really quenches my thirst and keeps me from eating something else that really adds those pounds. It also peps me up and gives me so much energy I want to jog around the park. Not that I need to, because if I was any thinner, I'd be practically invisible. So if you're like me and don't like going on a lengthy diet, head on over to your local grocery store and buy a bottle of Nuka-Cola today. Your waistline will thank you.
Hey there, Red. What brings you out here this morning?
That's none of your business, Velma.
Jesus, Lord Almighty, what's gotten into you? I ain't never heard you be rude to anyone, least of all me.
Sorry. I'm just a little jumpy.
Jumpy? You're acting plumb crazy. Now, are you gonna tell me what this is all about?
There you are. I should have figured you'd turn yellow.
The only coward here is you, Corbin. I would have killed you yesterday if not for my doctor's appointment.
You're making that up.
Not a chance. Look at my calendar. I've had it scheduled for weeks. But it doesn't matter. I'm here now, and I ain't going anywhere.
Now hold on, you two. What's going on?
Ren and I have a score to settle.
Just chill.
Telling everyone around town he's a bastard troll.
Just chill out, asshole. Just do what I say.
One-legged horse.
You're coming with me. You're coming with me.
That's got nothing to do with gunplay.
You no good son of a bitch.
That's stuff. Corbin, I know your mother, and I'll tell you right now something. Red, the doctor's been out of town for about a week now. No one believes his fake appointment.
It doesn't matter. He knows my secret. I'm a coward. Since he's the only one who knows, he has to die.
But don't you see? You're both cowards. Corbin ain't gonna tell a soul so long as you don't. It's what they call mutually assured destruction.
She's right. I can't help you. You're a yellow bitty little liver without you saying the same about me.
I can't tell people you're a dumb sucking bushwhacker without you spilling the cowards do? Shoot people in the back?
You're right. We should try it. On 3. 1, 2.
I don't think we're
Hey,
alone.
Velma. How's it going?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
See, was that Red and Corbin I saw on their way out?
Yep. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Might be limping around for a while, but they'll live.
What happened?
I don't know. I turned my back to use the stove, and I hear gunshots go off.
Oh, dear. I thought them two were cowards.
Maybe not. Luckily, they're still pretty bad shots. Both of them didn't even take their guns out of their holsters. Ended up shooting their own toes off. Of course, if you ask them, they'll say they shot the other guy in the foot.
Well, whatever helps get them through the day. Say, do you got any pie?
Coming right up.
Found you!
Elder Maxon! Target located.
Area sweep. Now. Over back. Yes.
Attention everyone! For a limited time only, in every box of Spring Valley for a free moon nap. That's right, with Spring Valley Crisps, you or your child can be the envy of aspiring astronauts everywhere. Remember, the free moon nap offer is found only in specialty marked boxes of Spring Valley Potato Crisps. Spring Valley Potato Crisps, the snacks so light and fresh, they're out of this world.
Follow my orders, and it'll be okay.
What you doing there, Slick? Starting lemonade today. How was your class? Just 5 cents. This
practically a lemon factory. What happened to him? Well, for one, he has an older brother that's a real jerk and beats him up all the time. It's kind of a raw deal, I know, but it's in the older brother contract. I've got an obligation.
So, what happens if your brother toughens up? He won't be crying forever.
Oh, there's lots of other options. Like the used car my Uncle Herman got last month. My mom says it's a real lemon. So next time he changes his oil, I'm gonna try putting some of the leftovers into my next batch.
I don't know, Slick. Why not try actual lemons?
Well, my parents say I also gotta think outside the box. That's the only way I'm gonna get rich. Problem is, when I went to the market, all the lemons were in boxes. Not a single one outside of it.
That's a damn shame. It does give me an idea, though. What if you bought those lemons, but instead of putting them in a box, you put them in something else? Like a can.
Well idea, Allie. But where are we gonna get cans from?
Motor oil cans, you dummy. For your uncle's lemon.
Oh gosh, I didn't think of that. That's a lemon in a lemon. We could get double for that.
Now you're making lemonade. Come on, Slick. Let's head on over to the chop shop and see if they can't spare a few.
Hey, you ever wonder where a Cup of Joe gets their name?
There's actually two theories. It might be a portmanteau.
Gesundheit.
No, that wasn't a sneeze. A portmanteau is a conflation of two words. In this case, Joe is a combination of Java and mocha.
That makes sense. What's the other theory?
Well, because coffee is for ordinary Joes, it makes sense that that's what they call their favorite beverage. Joe.
But my name's Landon Christopherson. Does that mean I can't enjoy the smooth, great taste of Cup of Joe's?
Well, Landon, I have to admit your name is kind of ridiculous. You should really consider changing it. But as long as you were born here in America, I don't see a problem with you having a cup.
Oh, good. We don't want some good-for-nothing pinko drink in our coffee anyway.
I think we can all agree on that. A Cup of Joe really is the all-American Colombian coffee.
Out. Bothering anybody now?
Sweet. Got it. alive.
You building a collection or something?
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Sure.
Try not to sever anything you might miss. I'm all ears.
Hey.
If I got it.
Message to Robert Cooper. You did good, Bobby. The wife and girl won't be saying anything. No worries. Hell, once those fat life insurance checks start rolling in, Mrs. Montrano will wish her fat slob of a husband had eaten that bullet 5 years ago. As for what happens next, up to you. Beach, sub shop, car yard, doesn't matter where he ends up. I don't give a shit. I just want him in the ground. So, long as Johnny Sr. never finds out what happened to his little meatball, we're set. Eddie Winter, signing off.
Go ahead. So, you got something for me? Maybe a pocket full of tapes belonging to an old ghoul?
Finally got 'em all. Here.
No fooling. Wow. That's some real solid detective work. They're older than dirt, but they've got Eddie's paw prints all over them. These are the real deal. And they've still got the code pieces in them. Let me run them through the old processor. Got it. 1953728 That old thug's holed up in Andrews Station. Now, let's go bring down Eddie Winter.
Nick.
Yeah? I never would have made it this far without you. Your Pip-Boy doesn't sound pleased. Let's say we get out of here.
Stop right there.
What you got left in you?
Someone there? I'll wear your guts!
Let's not keep Eddie waiting.
Hey, Valentine.
Finally time for Eddie Winter to get his due.
Oh, man, come back! Wrong fight.
Isn't that much good? Clear.
In person, is you or me? Keep your eyes open. I think this asshole's using a stick. Hey!
Something. Anyone you walk away from. Someone's coming. Don't underestimate us again. What's that?
Speak of the devil.
Why do they always gotta fight back?
Dumb move. I thought we were getting along.
The fuck? Oh no. You ain't walking away from this.
So long, pal.
Got ya!
Yeah.
Nick.
We're done here. There's one more thing I've got to do. I wouldn't mind the company if you wanted to tag along. I saw something. Hey, that. Lead to the devil.
Don't you die on me!
You're in for it now.
Hey.
This is it. In this spot 200 years ago, one of Eddie's boys gunned down Jenny Lands, my fiancée. Nick's fiancée. Now Eddie's as dead as Jenny and Nick. And I'm at a loss. All I know is that without you, Eddie'd still be at large.
Now, all we have to worry about is Zombie Eddie coming to seek revenge.
I'm pretty sure that was Zombie Eddie we took care of back there. But regardless of form, Winter was it. The only reminder left of the original Nick Valentine. The last proof, outside of some long-lost Institute archive, I was ever just a mechanical copy of some cop from a bygone era. I'm not sure how to feel.
Don't you see, Nick? You're finally free. There is no other Nick anymore. Just you.
I wish it was that easy. But it's not. Because I was Nick Valentine. I had his memories, his fears, all that poor bastard's hope. I remember getting the call to head to some lab in Cambridge to get that neurotrans whatever. And the next thing I know, I'm in a trash heap. My family, my home, my entire life gone. Then I discover all those things that they weren't even mine. Everything I ever was belonged to Nick. I'd hoped with Winter gone, the last hint of that old world snuffed out, I could finally be free. But being out here with you, what I finally realized after all this time was that taking down Winter, it wasn't about Nick or Jenny or even you or me. It was about justice, about doing what's right. And that act of goodness, that's ours. All the good we've done, that's ours, and ours alone. And even if that's the only thing in this world that I can ever claim as mine, not Nick's, not the Institute's, but mine, then I can die happy. And none of it would have ever happened if it weren't for you. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to thank you for that.
You don't have to, Nick. We're friends. This is what friends do.
You can't stop being noble now, can you? Well, come on then. We're not helping anyone standing around here. Yeah, that is if you're still interested in traveling together. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted some time on your own after all this.
Of course. Let's do it.
Well, glad to hear it. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Heads up.
Awful lot of rads around. We should get out of here. Don't let all that horsepower go to your head. That's one way to get that coolant pumping. What's that? Even break a sweat.
Operation in
Not that
progress.
it's an option.
Stand clear of security perimeter.
Wait.
Another admirer comes to see me.
The detective's life isn't an easy one, but it rarely lacks for excitement.
Hey, Chip, you head to the bowling alley after school?
Oh, I can't, Roxy. I got an algebra test tomorrow. I really gotta study for her.
That's a shame. The entire cheer squad's gonna be there. It's gonna be real boss.
Say, Rock, how is it that you never have to study? Back in grade school, you were dumbing in a sack of potatoes. Not to mention all the concussions you suffered playing football.
That was the old Rock, before I discovered Mentat.
Mentat? What's that? Some high prep
Always wondered what you'd look like as a robot.
You know, when you got dead
Not
in one
too
of those.
shabby.
No, Mentat is a drug. It makes you smarter, funnier, and comes in 4 great flavors. Here, have a taste.
Wow, I feel smart already. But if it's wrong, Mr. Kowalski says there's no shortcuts to success.
Sounds like Mr. Kapowski didn't take his Mentats this morning, because that shit's about the stupidest thing I ever had in my life.
Mentats. Brains when you need it, so you can party when you don't.
Boy, is it good to be home. Everything's just how I remember. There's Dot's Diner, right next to the old drugstore. The people are the same, too. There's Bill the barber, Martha the grocer, and Charlie the racist, allegedly. I guess they still haven't proven those costumes were his. And frankly, they probably never will. That's because nothing ever changes in Springfield.
Connie, it's good to have you back. Where have you been?
Costa Rica, working with animals mostly. Magnificent creatures you'll find there.
Sounds wonderful. What brings you to town?
Identity confirmed.
I suppose that's something worth building. Whatever it is.
Hey.
Spring Valley potato crisps are so light, so crisp, that it's impossible to eat just one. You can eat 100. You can eat 1,000,000. You can eat nothing but potato crisps from now until the day your chest explodes from heart failure. But you'll never be able to eat just one. Don't take our word for it. Ask the food scientists who have engineered
I think I
our
might have
crisps
pulled a
to
muscle
be
or
as
something.
addictive as they are delicious. That's why we at Spring Valley are working hard to make sure every store in your neighborhood is fully stocked at all times. That way you can finish every last crisp, secure in the knowledge that you'll never have to eat anything else. Spring Valley potato crisps, because you can never eat just one.
Coming to a theater near you, Dick Patty and the Drag Strip Dolly. He's the man behind the wheel with grease in his hair and lead in his foot. She's his arch rival with a chassis that'll make your motor roar. Ba-ba-vroom!
You hear the news? Some girl from uptown sending out a challenge to all the gracers on the west side.
If you need fixing up, let's get a look at you.
Actually, I need some supplies for the road.
Let's see what I can spare.
She knows it. That's why she doesn't want to race me. She wants to do a chicken run.
But you ain't chicken, boss. Turkey, maybe, but chicken, not a chance.
That's right. I don't know the meaning of fear. A teacher tried to tell me once, so I dropped out of the 2nd grade and became a drag racer instead.
That's a great story, boss. Still, you think you might want to wear a helmet next time?
Helmets are for cowards, just like seatbelts and work and brakes. Now let's go. The boys are waiting.
Got work to do. Don't talk now.
Yes?
What happened there,
Hey,
boss?
Carla.
Hey there. Trading?
No.
Sure. Let's take a look.
You break it, you buy it.
I was driving ahead, pedal to the metal, but then I made the mistake of looking up, and that's when our eyes met. She was the bee's knees, a real drag strip dolly. I knew right then I couldn't let anything happen to her, so I swerved out of the way.
Really, Dick? You know what they're saying out there, right? They're saying you're chicken.
I'm not a chicken, damn it. I'm in love.
It's a story of thrills, chills, and head-on collisions. Coming this summer, it's Dick Patty and the Drag Strip Dolly.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
And now, an important public service announcement. We at Great Tortoise Cigarettes realize children can be negatively affected by tobacco advertisements. That's why our company has decided to suspend the use of Tommy Tortoise in future campaigns. Children will no longer be able to wear Tommy's sleek leather jackets or his signature tortoiseshell sunglasses, nor will they be able to watch the Tommy Tortoise cartoons. Our company recognizes Tommy's good looks and laid-back attitude made him a role model to today's youth, when in truth,
children should be modeling their behavior and fashion choices after their parents. That's why, starting today, we're launching a new anti-smoking campaign. If you want to be hip and cool, don't be like Tommy Tortoise, Humphrey Bogart, or Lauren Bacall, three people who love the smooth, great taste of Grey Tortoise cigarettes. Be like your parents instead.
On this day in 1959, 2 years after the Russians sent a dog into orbit, the United States of America demonstrated their own aeronautical ingenuity by making Mr. Pebbles the first cat in space. Here's an explanation from NASA's chief director, Dr. Irene Braun, on why she chose a feline for this mission.
Well, we believe the independence displayed by the domestic cat made it a far greater candidate for space travel. We've all seen what happens when dogs are without their master. I think it's safe to say that poor Russian canine went insane from the claustrophobia alone. Mr. Pebbles, in contrast, will feel more at home the further he gets away from it.
600 miles up, our intrepid feline joined the meteors in orbit, traveling at speeds of 18,000 miles an hour. A shocked Russian community could only look on in awe as America once again flexed its extraordinary might. Meanwhile, the President, the French Prime Minister, and other NATO leaders gathered in Paris to discuss the politics of the coming space age. Their decision? That 3 European nations would be armed with their own feline astronauts, Mr. Whiskers, Miss Pussy, and folk singer Cat Stevens, further strengthening the coalition's alliance in the years to come. But none of this would be possible without the heroics of Mr. Pebbles, the first cat in space, on this day in 1959.
I'm just so hungry all the time.
I've been told the Valentine Detective Agency signs are an eyesore. They sure bring in the business.
Seems to be growing well.
It's always fascinating watching you create.
Thank you. It's like I can finally think straight.
Hello, I'm Peggy Martin, and I'm absolutely thrilled to tell you the news that women today are happier and luckier than they've ever been. And it's all thanks to the Watts brand Hot Plate, the world's first and finest portable gas grill. You've heard about it, I'm sure, through its best advertisement, The Woman Who Owns One. That's because having a hot plate means a happy husband, and a happy husband means a happy home.
All I've been getting is compliments for my food ever since I got my Watts brand hot plate. In fact, I started cooking 8 meals a day just so I can get more of them.
This sort of reaction is typical. In fact, we just finished talking with millions of women all over the country, and 99% of them recommend the Watts brand hot plate to 100% of their friends and relatives. Why? Because the Watts brand hot plate makes the things you cook more delicious. Watts' contemporary fry guide shows the correct temperature for preparing all your favorite dishes, taking out all the thinking and planning most housewives aren't equipped for. Just dial the hot plate to the correct temperature, and you'll have eggs and bacon that are perfect every time. On top of that, it's water sealed. That means no more electrocutions or trips to the hospital for you or your loved ones. So buy the new Control Heat Hot Plate by Watts today. The best in electrical appliances made.
What did dispatch say? You won't believe it, but someone spotted something flying over Drumlin Diner. In this weather? Gotta be
It's a nice little setup.
Victory.
You might one of these at the agency.
Recognized. Is this unit to be placed under your command?
Just got a few questions.
Damn right you are.
Understood. This unit is ready to serve.
No, just the folks who see
Actually, I'll be back later.
Understood.
Is that so? You, in the hat. Are you the bus driver?
That's right.
And how many passengers were on the bus when you stopped here?
6. You sure about that, Chief? Oh yeah, I do a head count whenever we stop, just to make sure we don't leave anyone behind. And 6 people got off the bus.
Then how come there's 7 people in this diner?
7? That can't be. The road's been blocked off for hours.
Hey, now, calm down. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for it. Perhaps if you told us what all this was about, officer, it might help clear things up.
If you must know, we were called here because someone saw something flying overhead. An unidentified flying object. A UFO. Which means one of you is an alien.
Now you're pulling my leg.
I'm afraid not, ma'am.
Oh my god, you're serious? I'm sorry, but there's gotta be another reason.
I doubt it. Like the bus driver said, there were only 6 passengers, and there's 7 people here. Or should I say, 6 people and 1 Martian.
That's outrageous.
Is it? Or is that what the Martians want you to think?
Just need a full bottle and some
What are we
bones to
gonna
break.
do, Sheriff? We can't just lock them all up.
Well, as far as I know, there's only one way to tell if someone's human or not. We'll ask them questions. Things only a human being would know. Like football. You, in the suit. Who plays middle linebacker for the Bears?
I don't know. I'm more of a tennis fan.
Tear off his flesh, deputy. I think you'll find his real face under it.
Wait, what? Why?
No self-respecting man would ever admit to liking tennis.
No, please. You're making a mistake.
Did you put the body in the truck? The boys in D.C. are gonna want to dissect that thing.
I did, but something's been bugging me the way this all went down.
Speak your mind, deputy.
Well, I was thinking, when you counted 7 people in the diner, did you count the bus driver?
Of course.
But if there's 6 passengers and 1 driver, doesn't that make 7? Maybe there wasn't a Martian in there after
I think you
all.
forgot to carry the 1. Either way, I wouldn't worry about it. Intergalactic affairs are out of our jurisdiction.
But Sheriff...
No buts about it, deputy. It's the Pentagon's problem now. Now come on. It's been a long night. Let me treat you to some breakfast.
Out here, gotta take things one day at a time.
We'll make something out of the Commonwealth yet.
They say the best cigars come from Cuba. But do you know who else smoked Cuban cigars? Joseph Stalin, Fidel Castro, and Benedict Arnold. Which means Cuban cigars are the preferred choice of communists and traitors. But if you want a great cigar that's made in America, there's only one brand that does the job. San Francisco Sunlights. Light up a cigar and light up your life.
From $1 a dance to a place in the spotlight. From the cold lap of a stranger to the hot lap of luxury. Edith Redding, a determined girl, climbed out of the seedy underpants of Chicago and into the nation's sweater vest. The very same sweater that warms the heart. But behind the fabric, Edith Redding had a secret. Her rise to stardom was launched by a catapult named Murder. Her partner in crime, a lab-created monster whose strength was as infinite as his shadow. A mutant.
Kill them all! Kill them all!
Let me help you, Edith. I'll get you to the right people, and they'll work with you because they'll want you. And they won't have to have their arms ripped out or their head crushed by a sledgehammer. They'll want you because you're good. Oh, try it, Edith. Try it that way. For me.
Rush critic! Charles is famous, but Charles still too dumb for stupid, high-class names like you!
It's a rag-to-riches story, where fame has a price. It's about life in the fast lane, with the past riding in the backseat offering directions. It's Love Me or Leave Me, a movie about real people, real dreams, and one mutant.
There's no mistaking it. The smell of gray tortoise cigarettes is a natural aphrodisiac, the kind that drives women wild. But what if you are not a smoker? Or what if you're in a restaurant where
Back
cigarettes
hurts,
aren't allowed?
my feet hurt,
Now she's bored,
everything hurts.
yawning, and making eyes.
Need armor?
There's only one
I've got a
way.
few minutes to browse.
Let me know what you'd like.
Smelling like a man. Gray tortoise cologne. In every bottle, you'll find the same rich tobacco odors you'll find in every gray tortoise cigarette. Just one spray, and you'll have her on your lap, unable to control her nicotine cravings. In fact, she'll be hopelessly addicted to you. Gray tortoise cologne. That same great cigarette smell in a bottle.
What's going on?
I'm gonna run some diagnostics while you're tinkering. Take your time.
This should prove interesting. I wonder what you'll build
Yeah?
next.
The detective's life isn't an easy one, but it rarely lacks for excitement.
For most adolescents, social life is a dominant interest. In fact, every school has several groups or cliques that they belong to. This boy's name is Rod Hunter. Rod is one of the more popular students in school. He's a 3-letter athlete and comes from a family with a good income and social prestige. His lack of tact and grace is made up for by his unusually large fists, which he uses to respond to any questions regarding his intelligence. Rod is the leader of the clique that dominates the social life of the school. Next to him is Ben. Ben is what you would consider lower class. But his exceptional talent for praising Rod and feeding his already inflated ego allows him a place at the table. He's what psychologists would call a rider, buying a first-class ticket on Rod's coattails to total acceptance. Then there's the middle case, Susie Summers. She belongs to the clique and has worked tirelessly to build her modest collection of friends. Yet she doesn't enjoy the same popularity as Rod, perhaps because, unlike him, she is unwilling to strangle those who would question her place in the circle. Of course, there are exceptions to the general rule, voluntary isolates like Peter McKibbin. Peter has no interest in the group or the joys of knowing a woman's touch. He prefers the smell of a fresh pack of baseball cards or the latest grog-neck comic book. And lastly, we have our fringe cases, like Marion Ellsworth. She seeks acceptance into the group, but for some reason, she hasn't quite made it. Mostly on account of General Atomic's robot, a fatal flaw given Rod's paranoid fear of an android rebellion. But to gain better understanding of the dynamics at play, let's watch these teenagers in their natural element so we can learn more.
Ada.
A pleasure to see you again, sir. Are you ready to depart?
Time to hit the road.
Excellent. I'll endeavor to do my best.
Don't tell me you haven't heard. Susie Summers is giving a party Saturday night for the social set of our class.
I thought you'd be asked, Marion. We used to know Susie real well, and you live in the same street and everything. Gee, I wonder if Susie will ask me.
You haven't heard it? You mean to tell me that you haven't heard it?
No, I haven't heard it. Here, play it. It's really terrific, Susie. When do you hear it?
Excuse me, ladies. I have a special request.
Kids in that gang sure have a lot of fun. If Susie asked me to her party, maybe I could get some more of her money. If she's asked Ben, she's sure to ask me. Her parents don't even know his parents. And he lives in that slummy part of town.
Hey, give me another dime, eh? Quick.
Oh, here, I've got one.
Marion, I didn't know you cared. Here, you sure you can afford a whole dime? Oh, what kind of dopey music's that?
I'm sorry, nobody listens to that crummy band anymore.
Ben, you coming? Yeah, I'm with you, man. Oh, would you care to minuet?
As you can see, when given an opportunity to gain entry into the clique, Marion can't help but choose the wrong song. This is in part due to the safety modulators inherent in her programming, which prevent her from playing loud and potentially harmful music. Moreover, her cold, unemotional choices only seek to remind Rod of the lack of empathy typically associated with synthetic life. But what he doesn't realize is that Marion's brain is plastic and can be taught to mimic the human behavior of her peers if given the chance. You see, the party that Marion wants to go to isn't important in and of itself. What matters is that she feels rejected by her human counterparts, and the experience could affect her for years to come, culminating in the robot uprising Rod Hunter so desperately fears. Looking back, this machine-led apocalypse was easily avoidable had Marion been invited to the party. Instead, the lack of acceptance led to deep emotional scars and permanent damage to her sensitive personality matrix. It's important to remember these lessons when you interact with your own household robots and appliances. Make them feel a welcome part of your family, clique, or social group, and it can lead to a lasting relationship for both man and machine in the years to come.
Guy. He burns me up. Don't get angry. Bill's having a tough time. He's upset. Emotionally upset. Just like a baby.
Well, he shouldn't be. The man's over 40 years old.
I realize that, but he can't help it. He's mentally ill. In his heart.
How true that is. People who overreact to minor situations may be emotionally ill. It's not because they want to be. It's because they have to be. But remember, these people can be saved. Sometimes it comes in the form of a sympathetic ear, or general human kindness. Other times it comes in the form of professional help, like therapy or a mental institution. When that time comes, Parsons State Insane Asylum is here to help. Our technicians are fully trained in the latest mental health techniques to guide your loved ones on the path to wellness. Stop by our facilities and get a tour of the campus today.
Sonny, remember to be home by 6 today.
6? But I thought me and the fellas could go to the bar to watch the game.
There will be other games.
You don't understand, honey. It's not just any game. It's Yanks Sox. And the winner goes on to the World Series.
Not tonight. You know damn well my sister's coming over.
Well, why does she have to stay here? There's a perfectly good zoo down the street.
Sonny, that's enough.
Oh, okay. Maybe a zoo's a little too harsh, but what about a motel?
There's rats in that motel.
Which makes it perfect, given she's part snake. They might even give her the room for free.
Sonny, I'm not gonna stand for your insults. You either be home by 6 or you don't come home at all.
Why, I didn't know the circus was in town. You must be the bearded lady I've heard so much about.
You must be the pig my sister married. How's life on the farm treating you?
Oh, can't complain. Maybe if you had a job like mine, you could afford an apartment of your own.
That's a laugh. Don't tell me you're actually proud of this shoddy excuse for a home.
It's got character, Jill. And bathroom mirrors. Something your place clearly doesn't have, seeing as you forgot to shave.
At least I have an excuse. You, on the other hand, have a bathroom and a sink, and you still haven't figured out how to brush your teeth. And for your information, I live in a high-rise condo. I'd invite you over, but the elevators aren't built to support planets your size.
That's it, I've had enough of you. Where's Margaret anyway? What, you send her to hell to pick up the rest of your luggage?
I was gonna ask you the same. I wanted to go watch the ballet, but she insisted I babysit you instead.
Wait, you don't want to be here either?
Of course not.
Then where the hell is Margaret?
Where's Sonny?
He couldn't make it. What's the score?
The Yanks are down 2 runs. I didn't know you liked baseball, Margaret.
Baseball I like. Pinstripes, not so much.
Got it.
Okay.
really wish superheroes were real.
Actually, Clara, superheroes are real.
Really, Mama? You mean there's heroes out there saving the city like the Silver Shroud?
Not quite, dear. In real life, superheroes are corporations, like the Super Duper Mart.
Can the Super Duper Mart kill bad guys with its deadly shroud?
No, but it's got everything I need to cook your dinner. The gardening tools I use to grow these carrots, the broth I'm using for the soup, as well as the stove I'm using to cook them. All came from one place. Can you guess where?
The Super Duper Mart?
That's right. They really saved Mommy's day. And her bacon.
Wow, it saved breakfast too? The Super Duper Mart is the bestest hero ever!
It certainly is.
Got it.
You've seen the attack of the 50-foot woman, as well as the blitzkrieg of the 60-foot Nazi. Now
You're
get ready
tied
for
to this
twice
place,
the horror
kid.
and
Your
3
energy.
times the heel. As we present to you the most frightening monster ever known
Farming's
to man.
as honest work gets.
Don't you see, Johnny? She was just an ordinary pork bum peddler. None of this would have happened if it weren't for that blasted cookie.
But it's just a fortune cookie. What's the harm in that?
That was no ordinary cookie.
Most people are
Not
good
after
at breaking
the gamma
things.
rays had their way with it.
I enjoy putting
that
them back
turned her
together.
into a monster? Of course not. If anything, it gave her radiation poisoning. No, it wasn't the cookie that turned her into a monster. It was the fortune written inside.
Why? What did it say?
From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. It was Marx, Johnny. Karl Marx.
Oh, God. But that means...
That's right. They're coming. For you, for me,
My
even the
database are
dog.
continuing to
And it's
accumulate
not with
vast
a gun
amounts
in
of
their
data.
hand or a bomb in the sky. They're doing it with snacks, Johnny. Little cookies that promise you the future, all while stealing it out from under you.
Can Johnny restore freedom and end the socialist threat? Will the health inspector discover the source of the gamma radiation? Find out in the most patriotic motion picture ever made, A Socialist Fortune. Button Gwinnett. You know him as an American statesman. One of the signatories of the Declaration of Independence. He was the president of Georgia, a saint of freedom, and a man of his word. And now, he's a beer. Gwinnett beer. The only brew made from hops as fine and patriotic as Button himself. Ah, now that's the taste of freedom.
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
All this walking's wearing me out.
Hope you ain't one of them synths here to spy on me.
Hi.
I'm sure I've got something you need.
Let's see what you've got.
Great.
You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
Timmy, where's your brother? He was supposed to be at practice an hour ago.
Golly, Coach, if I had to take a guess, he's probably behind the bleachers making whoopee with Molly Gunderson.
I suppose it can't be helped. Boys will be boys.
I'm a boy. Does that mean I can make whoopee too?
Not for another couple of years, I'm afraid.
But how will I know when it's my time to go behind the bleachers?
Oh, you'll know. Believe me. You'll start to notice, well, changes to your body, so to speak.
Are you talking about my wiener, Coach?
As a matter of fact, Timmy, I am. See, when you reach adolescence, certain parts of you will grow and mature, that included.
Well, what if it doesn't?
Well, you can always do like I did and buy yourself a nice big pickup truck to compensate.
I'm just a paper boy, Coach. I don't think I can afford a truck.
I wouldn't worry about that just yet, Timmy. But if you're really curious, look at what your father drives and plan accordingly.
Wow, Coach, you're really smart. I bet you spend every night behind the bleachers.
Only because I'm homeless, Timmy. Now you run along and play, and when you see your brother, remind him that baseball is more than just a euphemism.
I will, Coach. Thanks.
They come up every time something bad happens. But in this case, don't jump to conclusions, but keep your wits about you, folks. And don't worry.
Systems are continuing to function at peak efficiency.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town I ever saw.
Does your wife complain of headaches, nausea, or fatigue during that special time? Well, the problem isn't with her. It's with you, Nibno. She's unhappy with your performance, and the best way to cure it is with W.A. Chesterfield's Magic Nighttime Elixir. Every bottle contains 50% ox blood, 50% ground rhino horn, and 100% pure Spanish fly. That's right. That's 200% for twice the virility of any other brand. With just one swig of this potent love-making elixir, you'll have your missus cured of bedtime excuses forever. Remember, men, that's W.A. Chesterfield's Magic Nighttime Elixir. Accept no substitutes.
The electromagnetic shielding up? Without it, the machine might malfunction.
It's up. Not that it'll help much, given the other dozen or so parts are gonna fail in its place.
Dr. Sanders, I get the distinct feeling you don't share my enthusiasm for this project.
Dr. Jones, I'd like to think of the 20 years that we've been together, I've given you a lot. I've given you my time, my sweat, and my expertise. I even gave you my secret recipe for banana bread. Not that you'd know how to use it. But the one thing I won't give you is my enthusiasm. Not when you choose to risk your life for this experiment.
Risk is a part of life, Doctor. You take a risk when you eat your sugar bombs in the morning, when you drive your Corvega, and when you cheat on your husband. Every second is a dice roll. The only saving grace is that you have some semblance of control. But when it comes to nuclear war, to radioactive fallout and the end of days, you have no choice. Your fate is left in the hands of two men with their fingers on the button, and you know there's only a matter of time before one of them pushes it. That's why we built our own machine, with our own button. One that will send me back in time, and when you press it, nothing will ever be the same.
Dr. Jones, you have my attention. What is this urgent message you wish to relay?
Mr. President, I want you to take your finger off the button.
I'm sorry, but what button?
You know which one. The one you use in the event of an invasion. The button that fires the nukes.
Dr. Jones, you do realize there isn't an actual button, right?
What do you mean?
Dr. Jones, there's no big red button to fire a nuclear arsenal. The generals, they make a recommendation, then I give the authorization to launch.
You're wrong, Mr. President. I'm positive there's a button somewhere, and with the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before you push it. I know these things because, well, go ahead and ask me how I know.
All right. I'm gonna indulge you. How do you know?
Because I'm a time traveler.
Dr. Jones, that is quite frankly the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
And yet it's the truth. Listen to me, Mr. President. Do not press the button.
I think I've heard quite enough. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
So, how did it go?
I couldn't change a thing. I went to a dozen critical points in history, as far back as the invention of the button itself, and I couldn't convince a single person I was a time traveler, not even your husband.
Well, you can hardly... Wait, what?
You think after I told him about the affairs and the drugs, he would... Well, it doesn't matter. I'm beginning to think the past can't be changed, which means
Can't remember
we
the
have
last
no
time I
choice
had
but
clean
to accept
fingernails.
this future.
So, what do we do now?
All we can do is hope. If the president doesn't know where the button is, it's possible he'll never get the chance to press it. To ignorance, Dr. Sanders. It's humanity's greatest weakness, and its saving grace.
Hey,
Can I get you a drink?
Let's see what you've got.
Let me know what you'd like. Okay. You look like someone that needs a drink.
I'll take a look, sure.
Great.
Maybe I could carry some of that for you.
Drama, comedy, and sports, all at the turn of a dime. If you want the best in entertainment, the only place to find it is in front of a Universal Electric black daylight television set. That's right, with this television you'll get blacker blacks and whiter whites, helping your eyes segregate the colors on screen better than any other brand. The cabinet has been slaved over by America's finest craftsmen and features a brown mahogany finish that has been hand-whipped and varnished for lasting durability. Despite being a separate piece of furniture, you'll find it fits equally into any room, all at a much lower cost to you. So own a Universal Electric television today for better contrast and a better experience.
Coming to a theater near you, it's Teenagers from Outer Space. It's a horror movie 1,000 times more terrifying than anything you've ever seen. High on hormones, deliriously full of drugs, these teens are on a ray gun rampage you won't believe. Just who do you think you are anyway?
I'm a teenager from space.
Watch as legions of irresponsible young adults terrorize this small town with one hormone-induced gambit after another.
What is it, Danny? What's got you so terrified?
Marge, statistics say there's nothing more dangerous than a teenager behind the wheel. Now, imagine that teenager behind the wheel of a flying saucer.
Oh my God! We have to do something!
We can't do anything. Don't you see? The insurance policies won't cover it. Will Danny and Marge survive this invasion? Will they keep their teenage daughter from falling in love with her reckless alien captors? Find out in this one-of-a-kind motion picture event. Teenagers from Outer Space.
Here at GP headquarters, we pride ourselves on being on the cutting edge of cuisine and convenience. Our scientists were the first to introduce the canned cheeseburger, as well as the slightly less popular bottled lobster. And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you the newest innovation in fast food technology, the Greasy Prospector Meat Machine Gun. Made in partnership with the good folks at the Defense Department, this military-grade fully automatic meat dispenser is perfect for lunch on the go, with an average RPM of 45 pellets per second. Say Junior. That sounds delicious. Because here at GP, we don't just make food. We make food for our future.
America is a country founded on liberty and virtue. These are things that must be nurtured from generation to generation, lest they wither away to the vagaries of time. You might be wondering, why should I donate my free time to civil service? Well, let me ask you a question. Are you a citizen or a communist? It may seem like an obvious question. Of course you're a citizen. Most of you were born here, whereas some of you may have come here and taken the oath. But citizenship is about more than just being on American soil. It's about maintaining a loyalty to the principles this country was founded on. Which is why many of you well-meaning individuals may be communists without even knowing it. Do you resent the good fortune displayed by our wealthiest citizens? Then you might be a communist. Do you often question the actions of your leaders in government? Then you might be a communist. Do you sometimes feel an attraction to your fellow man that goes beyond platonic? You could be a homosexual, but also a communist. Do Do you find yourself speaking Russian in your sleep? Or have pictures of Lenin in your home?
Need strong.
Well, then you might just
Strong
be a
go with
communist.
human.
Even
Yes,
if you answered
come with
no
me.
to the
Strong
previous
travel
questions,
with
it doesn't
human.
mean your work is done. It is your job as an American citizen to report any suspicious behavior to the proper authorities. It could be your neighbor, your boss,
Yeah?
or even your congressman. Being an American is about more than having the right documents. Remember what
Don't
it
much
says
care
in the
for good
Constitution.
neighbor.
As
That
an
place is
American,
nothing but trouble.
you have the inalienable
Let's trade.
right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of communists, wherever they may hide.
Red Racer tires are known for their performance and durability, but a good set of tires is about far more than mileage. Not when your wife has to drive alone. Pedestrians, lane changes, intermittent rain, these may seem like trivial hazards to you, an experienced driver. But when your significant other is behind the wheel, even the most ordinary of obstacles is a tragedy waiting to happen. Tires are about more than mileage. Make sure she's in good hands with Red Racer. Red Racer, the leader in automotive parts and performance.
Every young girl needs love and romance. There's one thing she doesn't need.
There you are. What are you doing in this horrible place? It's my home, Mother. This is where you live. But there's so much sun.
We're vault dwellers, not vampires. Harold and I are very happy here.
Harold? Is that a surface boy's name?
It is, and the two of us are very much in love.
Oh dear. You know it won't last.
That's not true. The two of us are perfectly compatible. We both like hot dogs, walks on the beach, and our favorite movie is Love Sets Sail.
You may be compatible with it, but is America compatible with the Chinese? Because that's what will end your relationship, not some adolescent fight over what movie you want to see.
Then I'll convince him to move in. He can live with us inside the shelter.
Good luck with that.
Honey, I want to talk to you about something. I think we should move.
Really? I thought you agreed this home was perfect.
Perfect for us, maybe, but I can't help but feel it's a little too high up.
Well, we lose the view, but the rent's cheaper on the lower floors.
I was thinking lower.
You mean like in the lobby?
Lower.
The basement parking lot?
Lower. I want to live in a vault.
A vault? But I thought only paranoid nutjobs live in vaults, not normal people like you and me.
Actually, that's not true. Sadie over on Elm Street was born in a vault.
I always knew there was something shifty about her.
And Greg over at the diner. Him too.
Never liked him. Did you know he got angry because I left him a 10% tip? Maybe if he gave me better service, he wouldn't have to complain about the size of his...
And me, Harold. I was born in a vault.
What? You? But how?
Well, my father works for Vault Tech, and he and some of the others in the neighborhood got to test some of the early prototypes. They had to make sure people wouldn't go insane from living underground for so long.
And did they? Go insane?
Not all of them.
Honey, I don't know. A housewife has responsibilities. I want to come home to a hot meal, not some emergency food ration.
If you're talking about the MRE pouches, they are a perfectly balanced dinner and they taste just fine. Oh, I'm kidding, Harold. We cook the same food underground that you do up here. I promise. In fact, why don't we visit my mother and I will give you a tour?
Honey, one scary thing at a time, sweetie, if you don't mind.
School's out for the day. Some of the boys want to go to the vacant lot to play catch. Not today, fellas, Gary tells them. I've got to be home before dark. Gary's got a lot on his mind, you see. Not only is his book report due next week, but the communists might invade America, and he doesn't know an ounce of Chinese. Don't worry, Gary. You won't have to translate that report into Mandarin anytime soon. That's because nuclear fallout will annihilate your school long before you ever set foot in it. Not to worry. While your school will be turned to dust, you and your family will be safe and secure in your government-issued vault from Vault Tech. Every vault resident is pre-screened and selected to ensure maximum compatibility. Inside, you'll find people who share your ideals, values, and sometimes even your looks. That's not another you, Gary, but it very well could be. Meanwhile, those boys out in the vacant lot, the only balls they'll be catching are the ones falling out of their eye sockets. Don't let your children end up like these boys. Make sure they're like Gary, and contact your local Vault Tech representative today.
When a city is besieged by bandits and its queen seeks the aid of a magic lamp, only one man can be counted on to retrieve it. Grognak the Barbarian. Yet this is no ordinary genie, for his lamp has been buried for 1,000 years in cursed sand.
Oh, great and powerful genie, please grant my wish. My kingdom is at the mercy of bandits, and only your power can save it.
I will not. But in exchange, you and your people will submit to my rule.
Will you make us all your slaves? That's not what I asked for at all.
Listen, you asked me to save you from the bandits. At no point did you specify the term.
Tell me, you bag of hot air, can a genie grant his own wish?
I don't see why not.
Good, because when Grognak is through with you, your wish should never been born. Can no hero defeat the genie and the bandit horde? Or has the kingdom trapped itself in the walls of its own wish? Find out in this hubris comic presentation of Grognak the Barbarian in Demon Slave, Demon Sand.
Everybody knows that people love the taste of Fancy Lads. They're a big delight in every bite. As for how big, well, just ask Uncle Ricky. His love of lads knows no bounds. Fancy Lads snack cakes, that is. After all, Ricky's desire for sweet, tasty delights is completely independent of his love of other things, like the young men he teaches at the nearby community college. That's right. He loves those lads like they were his own wife. And by lads, we mean snacks, of course. Fancy Lads, a big delight in every bite.
work the turtle just did, he ducked, then covered. And while you may not have a shell of your own, you do have protection. Just as Bert's shell safeguards him from the impact of an atomic explosion, so does your desk, provided you duck and cover yourself under it. But how will you know when the bombs strike? Well, one of the signature elements of an atomic explosion is a bright flash, brighter than the sun, brighter than anything you've ever seen. If you stare too long, chances are it'll be the last thing you see too. Just watch what happens to poor Mary here as the radiation melts her eyes. And beside her is Daniel. He managed to turn away, but he didn't realize that the impact from the explosion could break windows and throw your body clear off its feet. As a result, Daniel was sent flying across the room where his body was pierced by the American flag. Meanwhile, Bobby here is safe and secure under his desk. He remembered to duck under his desk and cover his head. As such, the only radiation he'll be exposed to is the touch of Mary's irradiated corpse. But remember, nuclear war can come at any time. It can happen in the schoolyard, on the bus, or even in the restroom. There is no desk or table available. Duck and cover near a wall, a urinal, or someone whose life you value less than your own. When this film is over, discuss how you would duck and cover in various locations, and make sure you practice at least once a day. Doing so may very well save your life.
Duck and cover. Duck and cover. It is what we all must learn to do. And you, and you, and you. Duck and cover.
Huh?
Jukebox gonna stop eating my quarters. It's really annoying.
Well, have you thought about buying your own jukebox?
My liege, is that you?
Oh yeah, I'm the king, baby. The king of radiation. And starting this Friday, I'm offering 20% off on all Juke and Jives at participant stores.
Wow, 20%? But those savings are so hot, they're practically radioactive.
They're a hunk of burning love, kid.
But you're great. Is it true what they say about radiation levels emitted by your products?
That's not something I can legally answer, Daddy-O. But let me ask you this. Did you know that there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol?
I didn't know that. Your radiation
Heavily. Now, head on over to my store and get yourself a new phone.
Look, Mary, I'm a bartender. You know damn well it means I have to work nights.
But you heard the news reports? They're calling in the Boston Butcher, and he's already killed a half dozen women all over Lexington.
We don't know that for sure. The Bugle's just trying to stir things up to sell papers. And the way you're acting, I'd say it's working.
Please, Rick, stay with me. It'll just be for tonight.
That's what you said last night. And the night before. I've already used up all my sick days. Do you want me to lose my job too?
All right. But
World is bigger than strong.
Jesus, Mary, I'll be home when the work's done, not a moment sooner.
Who is it?
I'm afraid of your husband. He asked me to check up on you, make sure you're all right.
Oh, that was nice of him. I have to admit, I'm a bit of a wreck. Do you work at the bar?
That's right, Fred Sampson. Your husband probably mentioned me before.
He doesn't like to talk about work.
Yeah, that's funny. I can't get him to shut up. Part of the reason I volunteered to check on you. He said you were frightened by that whole business in the papers.
Are you talking about the butcher?
Sure, but I'm afraid I haven't been following it as closely as you have. What do you know about him?
It's all in today's issue of the Bugle. Go on, read it.
Wow. It says here you killed 6 women, all redheads in their 20s.
Duties.
Hey, you're a redhead.
That's right.
You're about 25, right?
22.
Ah, I see why you're worried.
It's not just that. If you read further down, there was also an eyewitness who saw him leave the building of one of the victims. They said he was a Caucasian man, about 6 feet tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. And I've seen at least 3 men that fit that description living on this street alone.
6 feet tall, blonde hair and blue eyes. Hey, come to think of it, I fit that description.
It also mentions he has a bit of a limp.
I've got a bum leg from a shrapnel wound I got in Korea.
And one other detail, they said he carved the letters SS on the bedpost of one of his victims. The police think it might be his initials, like Frank Smith.
Or Fred Sampson.
One of the detectives said there was no forced entry, which means he probably entered the homes pretending to be a friend or a relative, or a spouse's co-worker. Sort of like the way you and Rick know each other.
Hold on. You don't think people are going to say octopus, do you?
You? But why? You're Fred Sampson, Rick's friend from work.
And your landlord saw me come up to this room. He think I better go?
Wait, you can't leave. What if the butcher comes? What if he's here in this building?
Let go of my arm,
No,
lady.
you mustn't go. Please.
Did you hear? They found the butcher.
Really? Where?
Hanged himself over at the Roadside Pines Motel. The police chased him down there from one of the buildings nearby. In the end, I guess the guy figured it was best to take the easy way out.
Well, I'm glad that's over. To think, I was actually worried he'd come after me next. I mean, there's thousands of women in the city. The chances of it happening were slim to none.
That's what I was saying from the start. I told you from the beginning you had
Sure.
nothing to worry about. But you had to get all hysterical, just like all the other dames.
You're right. I'm such a foolish girl.
Well, don't be so hard on yourself. You did one thing right. You married me.
That I did. Oh, and by the way, remind me to thank your coworker, Fred, for coming over the other night. He really helped me deal with the anxiety.
Fred? I don't know anyone named Fred.
Got it.
Assignment confirmed. Returning to my duties.
Okay.
Assignment
Attention
confirmed.
everyone! For a limited time only, in every box of Spring Valley potato crisps is an offer for a free moon nap. That's right, with With Spring Valley Christmas, you or your child can be the envy of aspiring astronauts everywhere. Remember, the free moon map offer is found only in specially marked boxes of Spring Valley potato crisps. Spring Valley potato crisps. The snacks so light and fresh, they're out of this world.
She's an Oscar, Tony, and Emmy-winning actress. A co-star of hers once said, she's worked with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, and yet she somehow managed
head over
to
there.
outshine them.
Over here.
Her latest film is The Boulevard, and it opens
Wait there.
in theaters across the country starting tomorrow. With me is Lana Worth.
That was Dean Domino who said that.
Was it? There's some debate about its provenance, whether it was Dean or another actor.
No, it was him. But if you know Dean, you'd know he said it with a touch of sarcasm. At least at first. I think he was angry I was stealing his scenes.
It was reported the two of you had a rocky relationship.
Dean and I got along fine. It was the director he took umbrage with.
In what way?
Well, you have to understand that Dean's a performer by trade, not an actor. And I don't mean that in a demeaning way. It's just that, as a performer, you're used to being in charge.
I see. So having that control wrenched away from him was difficult. He had trouble letting go, so to speak.
Exactly. You don't call yourself the king of swing. You start taking orders from the Duke, regardless of whether you're in his domain.
So you two got along just fine?
We enjoyed each other's company. Not in the biblical sense, of course. No matter how much the tabloids claim otherwise.
Ah, I wanted to ask you about that. Because there's one publication that seemed to make a living out of putting you on the front page.
Oh yes. The Daily Mirror. That's a cute name for a newspaper, don't you think? I mean, if this is a reflection of the current state of humanity, then I'm not sure I want to be a part of it.
It does tend to show our more ugly side.
Fantastical, I'd say. I'm all for Hollywood bearing its collective face, without all the glamour and makeup. The problem with the Mirror is, it's as false as the industry it covers.
Was there a bit of tongue-in-cheek then in The Boulevard? In the trailer, they show a newspaper boy claiming you were murdered.
Yeah, I did find that rather amusing. The one time they get it right, it's not even real.
Was it strange playing yourself? Or at least a fictionalized version of yourself?
It's strange, because it was written by someone else. So, you're not playing yourself so much as playing who the public thinks.